for allowing me to appear.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Good morning, everyone. I will officially call the Executive Legislative Nominations Committee public hearing for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022 to order. We have 4 nominees on the agenda today, but before that, I know Chairman Duff will be with us shortly. Does Ranking Member Kennedy have any opening comments or questions? Nope. Okay. I will mention, however, that we have a series of committee meetings going on right now. So if I know you'll see a lot of committee members jumping in and out of this meeting to go to other public hearings and other committee meetings. So just wanted to make sure that I put that out there as well. So first we have item on the agenda is a House resolution appointing Kawana Belvin of Middletown to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Good morning.
Good morning.
Did I pronounce that correctly?
Kawana.
Kawana. Perfect. Yes. Good to see you. If you can do me a favor before you get started, if you could raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Wonderful. We'll give you a few minutes if you have an opening statement.
Yes, so good morning. Chairperson Concepcion, ranking members Kelly and Kennedy, and other distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee. I am Kawana Belton, and I am honored to appear before you as Governor Ned Lamont's nomination for public member with victim advocacy experience on the Psychiatric Security Review Board. And as the committee members are aware, the Psychiatric Security Review Board seeks to protect the safety of residents by ordering treatment, confinement, or conditional release of persons acquitted by a crime by reason of mental disease or defect. Once acquitted, the PSRB reviews the status of quittees through an administrative hearing process and orders the level of supervision and treatment for the acquittees necessary to protect the public. Currently, there are over 140 acquittees under the board's jurisdiction. The board meets twice a month to review the acquittee caseload and to ensure the timely oversight of their treatment and supervision. I am currently the clinical director at Connecticut Coalition Against Domestic Violence, Ccadv, the state's leading voice for victims of domestic violence and those agencies that serve them. In my role, I provide clinical support and case review to managers and advocates across the state, and I am the chair of the Statewide Clinical Support Advisory Group, establishing a statewide clinical support network to better respond to complex behavioral needs of victims experiencing domestic violence. Additionally, I led the advancement of Ccadv's trauma-informed resiliency and strength-based responses within the provision of victim services. And as a trained social worker and MSW, I have extensive experience, both professional and volunteer, working with underserved individuals and communities of color to provide access to wellness and behavioral health services. And prior to Ccadv, I served as the director of New Horizons Domestic Violence Services, providing oversight to services and programming throughout Middlesex County. And I also served as the director of Connecticut Strong, a program of DMIS and DCF supporting young adults with complex behavioral health needs. As a volunteer and consultant for Mothers United Against Violence, I provide support groups and wellness opportunities for family members in Hartford County who lost their loved ones to violence. In addition to service provision, I facilitate trainings through Ccadv's Training Institute and in the community that educate individuals about trauma, adverse childhood experiences, and community resilience. I'm an active member of Middlesex NAACP, Middletown Racial Justice Coalition, And with my many years of experience in the mental health and victim advocacy field, I look forward to bringing trauma-informed, resiliency-focused perspective to the board. And my culturally responsive equity lens and comprehensive advocacy experience will be an asset to creating safer communities. I am deeply honored to be considered for this position and aim to carefully, faithfully, and fairly carry out my duties on the board. And I look forward to the work, and I hope to maintain and build upon the positive reputation that the board already has. And thank you for your time and attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you so much, Ms. Belton. Is this a renomination, or would this be your first?
This is my first, yes.
Well, thank you for your interest in the role, and thank you for everything aside from this that you do in the community, serving the the population that is of great interest to me here in the city of Hartford. Everything that you do here. So thanks so much. Just I guess one question. Your experience, I think, fits exactly what this role is intended to be, and I'll ask Miss Hennessey that later on today. But can you just talk a little bit more about your experience in everything that you do and what you hope to bring to the committee itself?
So I've already started working on the committee. Okay. Yeah. So I first I have to say that they're all amazing, and I'm learning so much from them. But what I'm hoping to bring is the victim perspective, and also a trauma-informed, resiliency-focused lens. And I think that that's where I bring most of my experience from, just knowing that, there's a story and trauma behind everybody's experience that we serve, and just looking at all different aspects to make sure that we're making the best decision to keep the public safe, but also for the treatment of the individual.
That's right. And I know you mentioned, I think it was 140 equities. Mm-hmm. So far. So can you talk a little bit, and I know you're fairly new to the committee, how you work with each individual, and what services are provided to them?
So I am very new, and I'm sure that Ms. Hennessey can talk more about that. But my experience thus far is I am reading a lot about their histories before they even come in front of the board, and just seeing what their history has been, what their progress has been so far, and seeing all the supports that they have in place, and just making sure that we're doing the best to meet their needs, and also to make sure that we're doing what we need to be doing to keep the community safe. Well, so whether that is agreeing for them to stay in a facility, or transfer out into the community, we work really hard to make sure that we're looking at everything to keep the community safe, and to make sure that they are progressing in treatment.
That's great. And again, Ms. Mellon, I think I want to thank you for your interest in serving. I think your perspective is one that is needed in many different committees and commissions, but especially one like this. So I will open it up to my colleagues to see if there's any other questions or comments for Ms. Belton. And I will start with our ranking member, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone, and good morning, Ms. Belton. Thank you for your testimony, and congratulations on your nomination. You definitely bring a lot of value to this position. And I commend you on your years of service of working in the field. It's certainly not an easy one. You answered most of my questions. My question, one of them was asked by Chairman Concepcion regarding the 140 equities that you see. Can you just elaborate just a little bit more? Are they assigned to each worker? How does that work? Or is it just a monthly meeting and it's a rotational thing of how they come before you?
It's rotational, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Representative Kennedy, you just hit your mute button by accident, I think.
Thank you. Sorry about that. That's pretty much all I have. I just want to thank you for your compassion to do this work and to work with everyone here. And I wish you much success on your nomination, and I look forward to supporting you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Belton, thanks again for being with us today. Congratulations on your nomination. Before you go, there is one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No.
Wonderful. Thanks again. Look forward to supporting your nomination on the House floor. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, next item on the agenda, we have the nomination of Ms. Sheila Hennessey of Weathersfield to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Good morning, Ms. Hennessey. Oh, you're on mute.
Is that better?
Oh, wonderful.
Good morning, Chairman Concepcion. Thank you for your attention.
Before you begin, sorry to cut you off. If you could just raise your right hand.
Certainly.
Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. Floor is yours, Ms. Hennessey.
Thank you. And good morning again, Chairman Concepcion, ranking members Kelly and Kennedy, and other distinguished members of the Executive and Legislative Nominating Committee. I am Sheila Hennessey, and I appear before you today as Governor Lamont's nominee for reappointment as chair of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. I am a graduate of Boston College Law School and have been a member of the Connecticut Bar since 1961. In addition to over 20 years in private practice, I am privileged to have served as the probate judge for the District of Newington from 1991 until my retirement in 2007 from that position. During all of my tenure in that position, Cedar Crest Regional Hospital in Newington was a working facility for the treatment of patients with mental illness. I presided over probable cause and commitment hearings on a regular and frequent basis. That experience served to familiarize me with the various diagnoses and treatment plans for those found to be suffering from a severe mental illness, which required that they be treated on an inpatient basis and on an involuntary level. As the committee members are aware, the Psychiatric Security Review Board has jurisdiction over those persons found not guilty of a crime by reason of mental disease or defect. In keeping with the board's statutory mandate concerning the safety of the public, the board oversees the confinement and treatment required to ensure that acquittees do not pose a danger to themselves or others and are provided with appropriate treatment. Currently, as Ms. Belton indicated, there are over 140 acquittees under the board's jurisdiction. The board meets twice a month to review the acquittee caseload and to ensure the timely oversight of their treatment and supervision. I've been impressed by the dedication and support given to this critical population by the treatment providers who offer testimony to the board and by members of the board, some of whom have served for many, many years, and give careful attention to the matters before them and their statutory responsibilities. Over the past 2 years, with the excellent support provided by our former executive director, Ellen LaChance, and our present executive director, Vanessa Cardella, the board has been able to meet its obligations through virtual hearings. Each patient has a mandatory review every 2 years. And we also have a full calendar of hearings concerning temporary leaves, conditional releases, and modifications of prior orders. I believe that my background as an attorney, and particularly my experience in evaluating testimony and rendering decisions in related circumstances, has enabled me to be an effective member of this important panel. I hope that I may have the privilege to continue to serve in this capacity. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to address this committee today. on my nomination for reappointment as chair of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. And I welcome any questions that the committee members may have at this time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Hennessey. And again, thank you for everything you've done here in the state of Connecticut and your work here with this important committee. I think you mentioned you've been on the board for 10 years. Is that correct?
I was an interim appointee in 2013 when
Okay.
Judge Berger had to resign for health reasons, and then thereafter was appointed full term.
Curious what you've seen over the last 9 to 10 years has there been an increase in caseloads? Has there been a backlog as a result of, if there has been an increase over the last several years, and if there is a reasoning for it that you can pinpoint?
There has not been a significant increase in the board's caseload. These matters are carefully decided in Superior Court, of course, before the patient comes into our purview. And they are not as frequent as the public might believe from reading reports. So we have not had a significant increase in caseload in the time I've been on the board.
Okay. And then you mentioned in your written testimony the kind of the way the board had to pivot with, obviously, during the pandemic,
Yes.
virtual hearings. Can you expand a little bit on that, on how that process worked, when you're meeting with some of these equities?
Well, it's worked probably as well as it can in terms of technology, certainly. I'm not gifted in that field, so it's taken me quite a while to get used to the fact that I'm not going to see anybody in person. Board members, of course, attend the meetings from wherever they are, as do the patients, as well as their attorneys. Their attorneys are not sitting next to them the way you would anticipate that they would be if we did not have to do this virtually. And we have the state's attorney for the county in which the crime actually took place also present. So we have people from many, many areas, as well as those who are testifying. And those are the caregivers and the clinicians at Whiting. I think they've worked well. Once we got used to the fact that we had to do it this way, I think they have worked well. We've been able to meet the requirements of the patients, and of course, our statutory responsibility, with some glitches.
Of course, as to be expected with technology. And then I guess my last question is, is there anything that this legislature can do to help, help the board as you're doing your work?
I can't think of anything specific, Mr. Chairman. Mental health, of course, is very much in the news today with problems that have overtaken people during the pandemic. Not necessarily those, of course, who would come under our jurisdiction, who are seriously ill and serious illness has led to confinement. But I think just the awareness of the fact that so many people do suffer from mental health issues, magnified sometimes by the travails of a situation such as the pandemic, is helpful in the sense that people are more aware of the need for such panels and oversight.
Yeah, I appreciate those comments. Well, again, congratulations on your renomination. I certainly look forward to supporting you and the work that you're doing. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I
appreciate that.
Of course. I will open it up to anyone from the committee. Any questions or comments? Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, Attorney Hennessey. It's great to have you with us. Congratulations on your reappointment.
Thank you.
We appreciate all your years of work. And as you said, mental health is certainly a focus these days. And so the work that you're doing is certainly very valuable. Pretty much you've answered pretty much every question. You have a stellar background. So you bring a wealth of knowledge to this position. So I congratulate you on your renomination, and again, we look forward to working with you as well. Anything we can do in our capacity. So congratulations and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Ms. Hennessey, again, congratulations. But before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, there is not, sir.
Wonderful. Thanks again. I appreciate your time today. And as I mentioned before, look forward to supporting your nomination, your renomination.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, moving along. Third item on the agenda is the nomination of Andrea Comer of the great city of Hartford to be the Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection. Andrea? She's on.
There she is. I see her.
Andrea, are you on?
Mr. Chair, I know that she had to appear in another committee. It's possible that she is there. Oh, here she is. Here she is.
Yes.
Oh, there she is. Yeah.
Good morning. Apologies for the delay.
No problems. We know how everybody has a lot of different committees they're jumping in and out of today. How are you?
I'm doing well, Representative. How are you?
Wonderful. Well, good to see you. Before we begin, if you can raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thanks so much. We'll give you a few minutes if you have any opening statements before opening it up to committee members for any questions.
Yes, thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity. Good morning, Representative Concepcion, Senator Duff, Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy, and honorable members of the Executive and Legislation Nominations Committee. My name is Andrea Comer, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you as you consider my nomination to serve as Deputy Commissioner of the Department of Consumer Protection. As the child of parents who dedicated themselves to community empowerment, as the wife of a law enforcement officer, and as the proud parent of a kindergarten teacher, public service is deeply rooted for me. I spent much of my career in service to community with the goal of leveling the playing field for marginalized communities and addressing disparities through public policy. Prior to joining DCP, I worked at Connecticut Paid Leave to build its efforts around outreach and engagement and ensuring that workers understood the bill and the opportunities it provided to care for their loved ones or themselves. I've also worked in various communications roles in municipal government for the cities of New Haven and Hartford, and for various nonprofits, including the Connecticut Business and Industry Association's Education and Workforce Partnership. Regardless of the role, the through line has always been a deep desire to affect systems change in marginalized communities. In my role as Interim Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Consumer Protection, I serve as Chair of the Social Equity Council, the 15-member body established with the passage of the recreational cannabis law. It's a role in which I'm honored to serve, as I recognize both the legislature's intent in establishing an equitable space in the cannabis industry, as well as the persistent impact of the war on drugs. The council has been given a critically important charge, and I've endeavored in my role to deliver on its promise. Beyond my work with the Social Equity Council as Interim Deputy Commissioner, I've worked alongside Commissioner Siegel, fellow Deputy Commissioner Magnin, and the dedicated staff at DCP to assist Connecticut residents, whether they're seeking a license or in need of support in dealing with questionable practices. I consider myself incredibly fortunate to work with this team, and I hope to continue to lend my experience to this important work. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have, and I thank you so much for your consideration.
Andrea, thank you so much. You and I've had the privilege of the honor of knowing you for quite some time, and I don't think I can pick someone that would be an ideal candidate like you for this particular position, especially given your experience both on the public and private sectors throughout your career. So congratulations on your nomination. I think we're very lucky to have
Thank
you.
you so much.
One question, can you just, I know you guys have done so much work already on the Social Equitable Council. Can you just update the committee on where you are, where the process is currently?
Certainly. And again, I apologize for my lateness, and part of that was exactly what your question aligns with. we most recently submitted recommendations to the General Law Committee in our hopes of making the bill somewhat more equitable, right? We understand that there is a fine line to walk, but we also see opportunities to enhance the social equity aspect and really sort of chip away at the war on drugs in a more powerful way. So we've submitted those recommendations. We've also held a series of webinars because we know that this is a very complex piece of legislation, and there are many questions, and both from people who want to get into the business as well as those who are interested in the back end of this legislation, which is around community reinvestment. So we are holding webinars and partnering with entities to try and, elevate the noise around what this bill accomplishes. In addition to which, we have 5 subcommittees of the Social Equity Council that address policy. We have recently submitted, our policy committee recently submitted a request for bonding, which will help those who are interested in getting into the cannabis industry with startup costs, and it will also fund our technical assistance. So we are working with the Department of Economic and Community Development to build that loan program for applicants.
That's great. You answered one of my questions, which was, are there any legislative changes that need to happen? Which we knew obviously there was going to be some things that needed to change a little bit, but I'm glad that you're working with general law on that. And then just, I guess what my final question is, we have an OLR kind of research questions here, and it says, as of February 23rd, there have been 12 social equity lottery applicants and 66 general lottery applicants. Is this in line with what the commission, the council thought you were going to receive when it came to applications? Or is it low? Is it high?
I'd say that it's because of the number of licenses that we are making available for this first lottery round. They still have until May to submit their applications. So it's a little hard to judge in terms of the cadence. I think the more people have information, and as the closer we get to the deadline, we will have additional applicants coming through. That said, there are some license types that we have not yet received social equity applicant licenses for. And so that just tells us that we need to be more intentional around getting out the information about the various license types.
Well, with that, I'll open it up to any questions from the committee. And again, Andrea, as I mentioned before, we have a lot of committee members that are in multiple hearings right now, which is what happens during a short session when everything's kind of condensed, right? So everyone's kind of all over the place. But I have our ranking member, Representative Kennedy, here with me today. Representative Kennedy, do you have any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Comer. Congratulations on your nomination. It's great.
Thank you so much, Representative.
I actually do have a couple of questions. First, I guess I'd start, and I know that you're new in it, but you've been acting in the position for a few months now, right?
Yes.
How is the overall implementation going with the whole Cannabis Act? How is it the overall, I guess? And lead up to another question.
Certainly, I appreciate the question. So the legislation had some pretty ambitious timelines. For instance, we were asked to vote on the disproportionately impacted areas the very first time we met. So some of the timelines, I think if we're being judged on, did we miss the mark or did we meet the mark on every date, then it has been more in fits and starts. That said, I do believe that we have given the hand that we've been dealt, we have accomplished a good deal. Is there always more to do? Absolutely. We want to make sure that we are getting the information about this law, both its protections and its opportunities, out to the community. So we know we have work to do in that regard. There is also, we want to make sure that we have the technical assistance and the accelerator program stood up so that when provisional licenses are awarded, that funding that social equity applicants need is available to them. So, I'd say we're probably maybe at a B-.
So, and I understand it because it took me a couple of minutes. I was reading, and so pretty much you oversee some of the licenses and the registration, and that's it. So my other question, I guess, then going that is, we know there's an opioid crisis, and we know we want to do everything we can to make sure our minors. What is your agency doing to prevent minors from obtaining cannabis?
Certainly. So
at 14, 15, 16 years old.
Sure. So I would say that the law is pretty stringent around what the penalties are and around those who are underage. There is also an education component in the bill that Demas will be responsible for. And we are also taking very seriously, one of the members of the Social Equity Council has a background in substance abuse counseling. So he is keeping us very mindful about the need to incorporate education around substance abuse, both for adults and those who are younger, around the dangers of substance abuse writ large.
Thank you, Ms. Comer. I appreciate that. And I do have, Mr. Chairman, if you don't mind, one last question. Something that's recently been brought to my attention. I'm not even sure it's anything that you can address, but it seems that, and I'm looking at the, serving side, labeling, packaging, the whole bit. So it's recently come to my attention that certain businesses will give as a prize or as a gift a small amount of marijuana, of cannabis. Like, thanks for coming, thanks for stopping by our store and shopping today. Oh, here's a little gift bag for you. Can you address that at all? I mean, I read through the law, the 297 pages, and there's a lot there, but I'm kind of struck by this, that you can go into a business and you can be given as a, what do you want to call it? Like a giveaway, a little thanks for coming by. That strikes me as very odd. How would your committee address that? Would you be addressing?
So the Social Equity Council would not necessarily address that. The Department of Consumer Protection, however, as a matter of fact, our commissioner is in the General Law Committee hearing at the moment, discussing this very thing, and drawing some guardrails around gifting, right? So that folks will not be able to give gifts like that in a retail setting necessarily, but the Department of Consumer Protection is definitely aware of that aspect of cannabis and the concerns that have been raised. And I'm happy to have our commissioner have a deeper conversation with you or our legislative director.
That actually sounds great. I would love to have that conversation. I appreciate all of your answers and responding to all my questions.
Sure.
Some crazy, some not, but more than anything, congratulations on your nomination. I look forward to working with you, and anything that we can do to help you, please always feel free to reach out, and I look forward to supporting your nomination.
Thank you, Representative Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? All right, we'll seeing none. Andrea, congratulations again. So looking forward to bringing out the nomination on the House floor for you. But before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to the committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
I don't believe so. No.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Appreciate the time. Best of luck, obviously. And as Representative Kennedy mentioned, anything you need from us, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members, very much. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. All right. So moving along, and Madam Clerk, I know our last agenda item is House Joint Resolution for James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council, but I don't believe he's on, correct, Madam Clerk? Yep.
Correct. There was a connection problem, so I had to send to a different email. Hopefully he will be on momentarily.
Okay, so we'll wait just a few minutes.
Mr. Chairman, did you get to see the UConn women's game last night?
I did. That was a nice victory.
It sure was, sure was. I hope they get the chance to come into Bridgeport to play.
Yeah, me too. I mean, they're going to be a dangerous team if they're all healthy.
I know, it was awesome. And if they play in Bridgeport, I can hop on the train right down the street and be there in 5 minutes.
That's great. Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah, I wish them luck. Very big women's basketball fan.
Yeah, my daughter's getting into it now, which is
Does she
great.
play?
She plays on Saturday. Oh, plays. They're just learning the rules now. So
good for her. Good for her. Yeah, I was a season ticket holder for a number of years, and then gave it up. But great time of year, March Madness.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning, Chairman Duff.
Good morning. Did I miss a lot of stuff? Good stuff?
Yeah, great stuff. We're just waiting for our last nominee, who is just having some tech issues, but should be on soon.
All right. Thanks as always, everybody, for doing a great job. Hello, Representative Kennedy, Representative Quinn, and seeing everyone else. Thanks, Mr. Chairman, for all your good work.
Of course.
Good morning, Chairman Duff.
How you doing?
Good.
That's
We were
good.
talking about UConn women's basketball, not Lynchburg basketball.
I know, but they beat Villanova, and that's a little too close for me.
Yeah.
Right now, so.
Oh, that's right. It was a good game.
It's always a little tough as to who to root for, but I have to go with where we write the check to sometimes. But I did watch some UConn hockey, and UConn hockey is really good. I've enjoyed watching.
Men's or the women?
Men's
They
team.
both are pretty good.
Yeah, both are good. I watched a couple men's games in person, and they're really good.
Yeah, oh, that's great.
We're very fortunate to have our flagship university and such good sports programs.
Yeah, we have some good sports in the state of Connecticut.
Yeah.
Division I, Division II.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I have to give the University of New Haven a Division II plug, winning the NE10 this year, going undefeated in play. The football team, of course.
Yeah. How's Lynchburg, Virginia doing these days?
Good. My daughter was just down there about 5 months ago.
She what?
She went down to visit some of her friends. She has a friend that actually works at the university now. She gets mad at me. She goes, "Don't call it that. It's a college." Yeah,
I know. We'll always hang on to the LC thing.
That's right. She doesn't like the LU, or actually it's UL, University.
U of L,
right?
I think. Yeah.
They didn't want to be Liberty.
Right.
Very confusing.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because now it's like March. Today's March 7th, March 8th, and I think back to when I was there, like at that time of the year, March. It was like all of a sudden the grass started growing and the flowers were up and back in your shorts again, and winter was over.
Yeah, when we visited there, God, it feels like forever ago because she's been out so long, but we were there in early April, and just gorgeous, and what a beautiful campus.
Yeah,
it's already changed so much, and then the downtown area of Lynchburg is really developed. They did a great job.
Has it really?
Yeah, it's really, I haven't seen it. She was telling me, she goes, "Mom, you wouldn't recognize it at all from what it was."
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because I mean, I gave the commencement address there. I can't tell what year it was, but I don't remember. But anyway, it nothing had changed, and it still looked like it was a relic of the 50s kind of, and they had the Radisson Hotel, and then it turned into something else, and not much had changed. So it'd be exciting to see that, because everything had then been on Route 29, all the growth where the mall is and everything else.
Yeah.
There.
But
I'm glad about that because it's right by the river, the James.
Oh, and it's just so transformed down there. It's really nice.
It's so exciting.
Yeah, it is exciting. I liked it down there. I didn't like the 9-hour ride, but
You sound like my parents.
All right, we're waiting for Jim.
Did she use the airport a lot?
She used it twice.
Yeah, I used it to get back. My parents one time drove me to my roommate's house in Northern Virginia after Thanksgiving, and it took them like 15 hours round trip, or maybe one way. I forget. It was ridiculous, whatever it was. And they're like, "We can't afford it, but whatever it is, we will pay to get you flying from Lynchburg to White Plains for Thanksgiving at least every year," and they did. And that,
it was always hard because I think, if I recall, she had to go from Lynchburg to like Florida, or I mean, you went back from Florida. It was very strange.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, because I just did. Well, you're a different part of the state, but I did Lynchburg to Baltimore to White Plains, and that was, it was pretty simple. And those were on those prop plane things. They used to call it pterodactyl airlines. Oh, good to know that this will always be recorded about Lynchburg College.
Yeah. Hey, it's great.
It's a good place. That's right. Exactly.
Our last person is on. Mr. Chair, Jim is here.
Great. Hey, Jim, how are you?
How are you, sir? Nice to be here. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Chairman Duff, do you want me to continue or did you
Yes,
want to?
please. Nope, finish up.
You got it. Well, if you can please raise your right hand. Do you promise, swear, and affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Wonderful. We'll give you a few minutes for any opening remarks before opening it up to committee member questions or comments.
Well, first, I would just like to say hi to Representative Kennedy, who, how are you? Nice to see you again, as always. So my name is Jim Gildea. I know there's a prepared testimony, but just for the sake of time, I will tell you that I am an employee of Bigelow Tea, where I'm the director of manufacturing. I will also say that I very much am passionate about community service. I am chairman of the Derby Board of Education. I have been for 17 years, and I'm entering my 24th year of service. I've been on the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council since 2011, I think chair since 2017. Also in the area of community service, I just concluded a stint co-chairing the Ansonia Derby Temporary Regional School Study Committee, vice president of the Derby Historical Society. I'm on the Manufacturer Connecticut Board of Directors in the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. In between, I have a family. I have 7 kids, 2 grandkids, so certainly a busy guy. From a rail perspective, I will just tell you that I'm a huge and passionate advocate of the Waterbury branch line. It's why I got involved in the council in 2011. Super excited this year between the various administrations and legislators and with a whole bunch of advocacy, we're adding the 7 daily trains. That is a massive, big deal for certain. I will tell you that I feel that if I had any thoughts about the future rail, I think we need to expand, electrify. Certainly, the crisis that we find ourselves in today should not be an impetus for getting cars off of the road. It's good for the environment. It's certainly good for the economy, and I really think that's where we need to invest to continue to do what we've done in public, what we've done, on the Waterbury line, and expand and invest, and hopefully we can electrify some of our lines. So there you go. I've condensed my 8-page Word document into 90 seconds.
Thank you so much. That was great. Thank you for your work on the Commuter Rail Council already, and for your willingness to continue to serve on such an important committee. I represent here the city of Hartford, parts of the city of Hartford, and certainly echo those comments on how important rail is. With the increase here with our Hartford line, and hopefully we're continuing to expand those services here for our constituents. One question I did have, I know you've been on the council since I think you said 2011. What are some of the changes that you have seen when it comes to ridership over the last 10, 11 years, whether it's good or bad, and what are some of the things we can kind of leverage?
I will tell you, and I really think I'm going to preface most of my comments about pre-COVID, but I think in some ways, post-COVID, it mirrors it as well. I will tell you that there's a real yearning for people to live in communities that have transit-oriented development. There's a real yearn for people to go to and from work without having to get in the cars. I don't think it's any surprise that when the Waterbury branch in 2008 added a second morning train, that ridership went up by 40%. I think that I know this is an easy cliche, but if you build it, I do believe people will come. I think the Hartford line is another outstanding example of that. I'll also point out that it's post-COVID, it is absolutely no surprise that the 2 lines that have done the absolute best with retaining ridership is the Waterbury branch, followed by the Hartford line. It reinforces that people want to use trains in state. I think we have to get past the mentality of it's just a ride to New York City. I think more so than ever, now that COVID's here, that we have to kind of recognize that. We have to expand the shoreline east. I think we have to take that out in Rhode Island. I think we have to, continue up to Springfield and, more trips there and expand the Hartford line that's been talked about. So again, I think intrastate rail has always been kind of underutilized. We've always looked at trains as getting people to Grand Central Station. I think COVID's done an amazing job to do a paradigm change.
Jim, thanks so much. Your energy is contagious. I'm ready to jump on the train right now to wherever. So appreciate your comments. I will open it up to the rest of the committee for questions. Chairman Duff, any questions or comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. No real questions. I just want to say thank you for your willingness to serve. Congratulations on your nomination. And I would, I agree with you on your stance of, intrastate train service. That is huge. I think a lot of times we think in the old model, which is everybody's going to New York City, and that's not necessarily the case. We've got big corporate centers in Norwalk and Stamford and Greenwich, and we need to focus on that, as well as many of our other communities across the state of Connecticut too. And you build those systems like in Waterbury, and lo and behold, imagine that people actually ride them if they're consistent and on time and reliable. And so I appreciate that. So thank you for your service. I think you have a lot of energy as well, and so bring it all there to the commuter council and get some stuff done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Duff. And as a 23-year member of the Derby Board of Education, 17 as chair, I've from afar seen your comments about parent choice. I think you're spot on, sir. Very nice efforts and work. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Kennedy, followed by Representative Godfrey.
And I just want to say officially good morning, Jim. It's great to see you. You pretty much summed up everything in your comments, but echo some of the comments of Senator Duff. I appreciate your enthusiasm and your passion to continue moving our rail system forward. It's going to be needed more than anything. I know in Milford, we have a lot of development in and around our downtown area that services people going into New York and actually into Greenwich and Stamford and Norwalk. So I appreciate all of your efforts, and it seems like you were just before us, but congratulations on your reappointment, and I look forward to working with you and your nomination. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And it is, I remember some of our cave morning breakfasts, and I definitely appreciate getting a chance to see you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Godfrey.
How are you, sir?
Oh, you're on mute, sir.
I live in Danbury, represent Danbury, and just for full disclosure, my father was a railroad brakeman. He ran freight from Danbury to Pittsfield, Massachusetts every day, and his father was an engineer. He ran steam on the now non-existent Chippewa line, but he ran electric from Danbury to Grand Central Station for a good part of his life. So railroading's in my DNA, I guess is the point, and I follow these things pretty closely. And I need to make the pitch for the Danbury-Norwalk line that connects me and Senator Duff's district. So it's something both he and I have worked on and continue to advocate. And we've had some incredibly great upgrades dealing with signalization and passing sightings in the last bunch of years that allow the railroad Metro North to run more than one train set at a time and in both directions instead of only one direction at a time. But there's a lot of federal money coming in, and I've already talked to people in the administration and Roland Lamar, who is our House Chair of the Transportation Committee, and a good chunk of that infrastructure money needs to go to re-electrify the Danbury to Norwalk line for good cause. The obvious one, of course, being the environmental impact. Electric so much better than running diesel, but also currently one has to take the diesel to South Norwalk and get off and stand on the platform for 10 to 15 minutes, hoping that Metro North is running on schedule to catch the train into both Stamford and New York City. And we could save that time if we were running electric, because we wouldn't have to change in South Norwalk. We could just run directly through. There is one train that runs directly through, but in the morning. But I'm hoping your advocacy will include the re-electrification. We still curse Mr. McGinnis back in the 50s for tearing down the wires to try and make a quick Wall Street type buck on the copper spot market. So that's a concern. And I'm happy you talked about the intrastate travel. We've got people from Danbury and Bethel and Reading who take the train daily to Metro 7 down in Norwalk. One of the better things we did when that was built is we put in a train station. And it's a big example of how transit-oriented development is a positive thing and works. And a few times a year, I wind up having to go to Washington, to Baltimore, to Philadelphia. I'll take Amtrak, but I take Metro North from Danbury to Stamford to pick up the line. And I do wish that somehow the two rail systems could coordinate their schedules better. I have too many times, because of like a 5-minute delay in the Metro North train, missed the connection. And if there was a little bit of adjustment, it would be very helpful. And I'm looking forward to getting Metro North into Penn Station too. But those are kind of my considerations. I hope you, like me, will be an advocate for the Danbury-Norwalk line, as well as Shoreline East, which desperately needs our help. And I'm really happy. I had worked for many years trying to get better service between New Haven and Hartford, and really applauding what has been going on that line. We need to work, I think, with our friends in Massachusetts to get the connection so that it's easier to take trains from Hartford to Springfield and Worcester and Boston. And those of us who actually remember the old Montreal or the ran out of New York City up the Connecticut River to Canada, wish that kind of thing would happen too. But thank you for your work. Thank you for your advocacy. And I hope you remember the Danbury to Norwalk line.
I will, sir. And if I could say, Representative Godfrey, I remember coming up in 2012 when you did this the old-fashioned way. You went to room 1A and you sat and hoped to God you didn't go behind somebody who was a commissioner. but you were very kind to me my first time up, and that kindness has always stayed with me. So thank you. I would tell you that I'm a huge advocate of the Danbury line. I feel like the Danbury line and the Waterbury line are sister and brother. For certain. And I will tell you that I wholeheartedly agree with the expansion and the electrification. I would just go one step further, and I would say that the Shoreline East has new cars earmarked for them. The Hartford line has new cars. Obviously, we have MH. The two lines that I still think we need to do more from on a day-to-day experience is upgrade the cars for the Danbury and the Waterbury line. They're the only two lines that currently don't have funded car replacements. I think that's a big deal. I think we need to advocate for that too, sir.
And we do have the hand-me-downs, the Metro North hand-me-downs.
Yes, absolutely.
We actually have some cars that were used on the Hudson line and the Harlem line that we kind of inherited. We're like the little brother that's getting the older brother's clothes as things goes on. And
some of them have holes in the knees.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. The buttons don't work. And,
absolutely.
Things like that do go on. I'm hoping someday, although I'm not holding my breath, we can get passenger service up to New Milford. So
that would be nice.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions or comments from committee members? Seeing none, Jim, before you go, there's one question we ask of every nominee. Is there anything in your past that you believe might prove embarrassing to this committee, to the governor, or to the state of Connecticut?
No, sir. And again, as a representative of Connecticut, thank you for all the work you do. It's a ton of effort this time of year, and it's definitely appreciated. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. Congratulations. Look forward to supporting your nomination this year.
Have a great day, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
All right. That was the last item on the public hearing agenda. Wendy, we don't have anyone signed up for public testimony, do we?
No.
Okay. All right. Well, seeing none, I will adjourn the public hearing, and we'll wait a few seconds until Wendy tells me it's good before convening the committee meeting.
We're ready.
All right, well, I will officially convene the Executive and Legislative Nominations Committee meeting for Tuesday, March 8th, 2022. Any comments from Chairman Duff?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we have 4 items on the agenda. The first item on the agenda is a House resolution for review nominating a Kiwanis Belton of Middletown to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Is there a motion?
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Vargas, seconded by Representative Godfrey. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Quinn. Kennedy is a yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Perillo, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas, Representative Vargas. You're on mute, sir.
Representative Vargas is a yes.
Great, thank you. That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is a House resolution nominating Sheila Hennessey of Weathersfield to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board. Is there a motion?
Kennedy moves.
Motion
Second.
made by Representative Kennedy, seconded by Representative Vargas. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Godfrey,
Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Perillo, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item on the agenda is a House resolution nominating Andrea Comer of Hartford to be the Deputy Commissioner of Department of Consumer Protection. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Representative Vargas, seconded by Representative Quinn. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
One more
Kennedy
time,
votes
ma'am.
yes.
thank you.
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Representative Perillo, Representative Yacarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
That's your chair, Mr. Roll. That's your role, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Wendy. Last item on our agenda is a House joint resolution nominating James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council. Is there a motion?
Move a JF.
Moved by Representative Godfrey. Is there a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Representative Kennedy. Any discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Duff.
Senator Duff votes yes.
One more time, sir.
Senator Duff votes yes.
Thank you. Representative Concepcion,
Representative Concepcion is a yes.
Senator Looney, Representative Quinn,
Representative Quinn votes yes.
Senator Kelly, Representative Kennedy,
Kennedy votes yes.
Representative D'Agostino, Representative Senator Fonfara, Senator Formica, Representative Godfrey,
Representative Godfrey votes yes.
Senator Hartley, Senator Kushner, Senator Moore, Representative Perillo, Senator Summers, Representative Yakarino, Representative Vargas.
Representative Vargas votes yes.
Thank you. That's your chair. You did it again. That's the roll, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We will leave the votes open till 3 o'clock today, given the schedules for so many of our committee members. Wendy, I don't have the time and date for our next meeting. Is it on Thursday?
Thursday.
Okay.
Yes,
So
Thursday at 10.
we will be meeting this Thursday at 10 a.m. And we will recess till 3 o'clock today.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Yeah. And if not him, who?
Hi, Senator Kelly.
Hey, how you doing, Wendy?
Okay, you only have one vote today.
And
that
Jim
is-
Gildea.
Yep, that's it. For commuter rail. How would you
I
like to
am a
vote?
yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much.
You bet.
Easy
Take
day.
care.
Bye-bye.
Wendy?
Hi, Senator.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thanks. Sorry we missed you today at the meeting.
I'm sorry?
We missed you at the meeting today.
Yeah, I have an energy meeting that I tried to do last time, do both. It's just hard to do both.
Everybody is someplace else today.
Yeah, I think the first ones were just house only, right? So I'm only voting on one.
Just one,
House.
and that's James Gildea for Commuter Rail Council.
Yeah, I vote yes.
Okay, that's it. You're off the hook for the rest of the day as far as me.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Sure, I'll find a hook somewhere else though.
Sure.
Thanks. I
Have a
hope
good
you
day.
enjoy your day.
Take care.
Thank you.
Senator Moore, are you still there?
Here.
Sorry about that.
I go back to MD and qualified medic.
There's just one vote for you today.
The others were House.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
I heard the energetic gentleman. He's doing it on the board of on 20 some years as the head of the Board of Education.
Yeah, if he's passionate, then that's kind of people that are great for boards and councils, right?
Wow. And some people can't do one thing. You know, well, I'm a guess.
Thank you so much. You're finished with me for today.
All right.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Bye.
Truth is that it is much more expensive
Hi, Senator.
Good afternoon, Madam.
Hello.
My apologies. There've been meeting upon meeting upon meeting.
No worries, because it's happening to everybody today.
Ugh,
And
yeah.
senators only have one vote today. So
Okay.
it's James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Oh, that's a big yes.
Okay. And that is all that you have today with me.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot. Have a
Thank
good
you very
one.
much. You too.
Bye.
Take
Bye.
care.
You too.
Hi, Senator.
Hi, how are you? I'm sorry, I'm just calling in to vote.
Okay, no problem. You just have one, there's just one vote for senators today. That's James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
And Summers votes yes.
Thank you. And
all right,
that's
thank you
all.
so much. Okay,
Take care.
thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Wendy. Wendy?
Yes. Hi, Representative. Hold on just a second. My camera will be on.
Hi, Wendy.
How are you?
Can't hear you.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder if it's me.
Hold on just a second. Is that better or no?
Did you hear me?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Weird.
Is this better? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? One sec. Can you hear me, Representative? Can you hear me, Representative?
Can you hear me, Representative?
Can you hear me, Representative? Can you hear me now?
I'll try you back.
Okay.
I'll call you back.
Okay.
Okay, you're good.
Hi, Marty. Can you hear me?
Hi, Wendy. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you hear
Okay,
me?
good. Yes.
Okay, because Representative Yacarino was on and he could not hear me, so I want to make sure this is working. You have only one vote, and that is for James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Senator Looney votes yes.
Okay, you're off the hook. That's it.
Well done. Thanks, Wendy.
Thank you so much.
Very good.
Take care.
you have your camera on? Thank you, sir.
Hi, Representative. You're on mute.
There we go. That's better. All
How
right.
are you
Yeah.
today? Kaiwana Belton of Middletown to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Vote yeah. D'Agostino votes yes.
Sheila M. Hennessey of Weathersfield to be a member of the Psychiatric Review Board.
D'Agostino votes yes.
Andrea Comer of Hartford to be the Deputy Director of Consumer Protection.
D'Agostino votes yes.
And one more, James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
D'Agostino votes yes.
All set. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy.
Take care. Hi, Representative.
Wendy, how are you?
Thanks, how are you?
Good.
Okay, I have for you Kaiwana N. Belton of Middletown to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Yes.
Sheila M. Hennessey of Weathersfield to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Yes.
Andrea Comer of Hartford to be the Deputy Director of Consumer Protection.
Yes.
And finally, James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I know
Thanks,
today's
Wendy.
been crazy.
Have a good day.
You too. Hi, Representative.
All right, hi.
You can
I'm ready to vote.
Okay,
I had I went to the LLB today we're for committee meeting in Commerce, so I signed on this morning, but I had to leave to go up there.
okay. I have for you Kaiwana and Belton of Middletown to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Yes.
And Hennessey of Weathersfield to be a member of the Psychiatric Security Review Board.
Yep, yes.
Andrea Comer of Hartford to be the Deputy Director of Consumer Protection.
Yes. Yeah.
James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
Yes.
All set.
So when's our next meeting? Thursday?
Yes, and I'll send information out about that today. I just have to get their email so I can send out the webinar.
That's fine. There's probably a few more, at least 3 or 4 more meetings, huh?
A number of more meetings.
Okay. Thank you for everything.
Probably every Tuesday and Thursday through March.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Take care. Bye.
Okay, I made it. Thank you.
Hooray. Okay, there's just
Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Wendy.
okay. I have just one vote. James Gildea to be a member of the Connecticut Commuter Rail Council.
And Senator Kushner votes yes, and thank you for helping me maintain my perfect record.
Okay, all set.
Thank you. I'll try and get this stuff fixed for next time.
Okay, there's a hearing and meeting on Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.